Okay, guys. Good morning, everyone. We will be starting the event. So I'll be speaking English. So if you need to get a translation, get it now, maybe. And if you want to have a translation to Ukrainian, you can put it to channel 2. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jasper Keeper, the head of programs at ActionAid. I'm so happy to see so many of you here today for this small event that we are hosting at the end of this Brava project that we have been implementing together with Action Against Hunger and Help Age and Stan and Pomogam and other local partners for the last year. This is one of the final events on localization that we will be hosting as part of this project. And it's really great to see so many people here today from our international partners that are members of the DC Disasters Emergency Group of Organizations, from our local partners, from our friends and allies that have been working with us on this topic of localization and on the topic of how to do a better, more locally led and more sustainable humanitarian response in Ukraine. So I was asked to kick this meeting off and I will not take a lot of your time. Because I know everyone is ready to get into work and to talk to each other instead of listening to other people talking. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things before I'll be handing over to Olena, the organizer of the event from ActionAid side, and Tatiana, the consortium lead from Action Against Hunger. It is really great to see how this project has been developing. I mean, we started talking about like localization and how to support local partners, our local partners, better in the humanitarian response years ago. And it's clear that we have not always been super successful as international organizations. More than 3+ years into the full-scale invasion and into the humanitarian response in Ukraine, and still a lot of partners have a lot of grievances and complaints and concerns about their international donors and the agencies behind. And we understand that many of these concerns and grievances are still valid. As international organizations, and in particular as ActionAid, we are always trying to be a better partner to our partners, while also navigating the fact that we are like acting in this kind of like double role as a donor on one side and as a partner on the other side. And this is challenging for us. I'm sure it is more challenging for our local partners. We thank our local partners for bearing with us this long. It's great to see that years later there are still people attending our events. We were not sure about it. Yeah, thanks to all of you for coming out. I wish you a fruitful event. Hopefully it's going to be interesting discussions. Please make use of the space, share openly, share wildly. Let's talk. Let's identify what happened in the past 3 years of disaster emergency committee funded projects. What happened, how we can move forward, if there are any lessons learned, if there is anything that we could do better moving forward, if there are any messages that we want to send to the back donor on how they have been doing as the donor. If there is anything we want to share to the wider community, let's use this space today, chat and exchange, and yeah, come up with something and yeah, move forward. So thanks a lot for this, and thanks for being here one more time. Without further ado, I'm going to pass to Olena, who is our Civil Society Development Advisor and who's going to kick off with a few kind of like administrative points, the usual aspects on security, and who will then do a general introduction to today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jasper. Я, напевно, перейду на українську мову. Отже, щодо безпеки, в просторі є укриття, тому коли почнеться тривога, в принципі, ми з вами разом можемо вирішити щодо того, чи ми залишаємося, чи продовжуємо, але в
regardless of whether we will continue or not our event, I request all of you to proceed to the safe place and you will receive the information about that accordingly. Second point, headphones.
Ось, також навушники будуть працювати і під час
Headphones will work during the group work. That is why we encourage you to To use interpretation, interpretation will be running throughout the entire event, and some other organizational point regarding reimbursement of your travel expenses and also cost of your accommodation. My colleague will come closer on sit and he will talk to you about your reimbursement. I think that's it. Regarding registration, if someone has not registered yet, there is Katerina, my colleague Katerina, and also colleague Alexandra, who will help you to get registered. It is a part of our work, and this is something we need for reporting. Once again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your participation in this event. On the one hand, it seems to me that we will be talking about the same things we have been discussing earlier, and we speak a lot about it, and we address those points frequently. However, every time when we reach out to a new group of people, new points, new concerns emerge, and that the fact that we continue discussing those topics signifies that there are some things still that we still have to address. And today we will discuss our focus and what should be our priority on our agenda. And often we may send our recommendations, our wishes to some other people. However, today we would like to make sure, and we request all of you to make sure you focus on what you can get for your organization and how decision making is organized in your organizations, and it depends on each of us, and it depends on what we can contribute, and this is the specifics of this sector, and we are all united by our desire to make change, and we want the world to be more fair or just, to represent interests of the wider groups of population and to protect interests of the wider groups of population. And during the event, we will be moving towards the final point, and the final point of our event today will be to develop an action plan, and we would request you to think about it, considering need and interests of your organizations. You have seen the program, and you will have some time to work in the groups, and also we will have a great deal of panel discussions. We tried to organize the program for our event today, considering the specifics of activities, and we believe that each of you will have a chance to speak, to express your concerns, and I believe we would be able to create a brave space. I don't talk about safe space. We have online broadcasting today, but we encourage you to create a brave space to express your concerns and to share freely what you feel, what is on your mind. We have conducted a number of other events within the framework of Action 8, and yesterday we have had discussions, and some of the colleagues that were supposed to participate in the panels on innovative programming, we discussed to what extent youth is engaged in humanitarian response operations, and also the prospects of the youth participation in the recovery efforts. And there was an event involving a great deal of grassroots level organizations within the framework of a consortium. Of course, we are focusing on youth as the target audience of many NGOs. However, there were many NGOs focusing on other groups of population, such as people with disabilities and elderly people. On the one hand, it represented a significant challenge for the event organizers how to bring together NGOs with such diverse target audiences and such diverse experiences. On the other hand, within the framework of that event, we were able to share very diverse things and their concerns. And why I talk about it, because yesterday a lot of NGOs and initiative groups expressed their desire to consolidate their efforts to network. If we talk about challenges of the present day, we experience a lot of them, and we may anticipate a lot of new challenges arising in the future. Yet, the most natural reaction under such challenging circumstances is to come together, to consolidate your efforts. Everybody talks about shrinking budgets and reducing financing. Yet we compete for donors, for funding, for target audiences' attention. However, if we consolidate our efforts, we can achieve more tangible results and also provide for joint efforts in advocating for the interests of our sector. Back in February, we conducted another event similar to this one. We conducted SWOT analysis together with our partners, and we were aiming to at determining what were the strengths and weaknesses in the operations of the action aid. And we discussed a number of issues, and it was interesting that following this SWOT analysis, focusing at operations, we brought this discussion onto the entirely new level to consider what challenges appear in the activities of other organizations. And I believe today our partners talk about it, about their desire to have long-standing, sustainable operations and projects to ensure sustainable funding to address creative challenges and the concerns. They often appear as obstacles in our activities, and we wish we had more opportunities to support our teams and to allocate funding to capacity building of our organizations. Coming to an end of my intervention, my opening speech, I would like to stress once again that we are all united by our values, and we are thankful to the institution that provided funding to our projects. And we appreciate the flexibility they provided us with in implementing our projects, especially comparing that to that of other donors and the sources of funding. That is why I would like to express our gratitude to our donor disaster emergency committee and all of you. Thank you for all the amazing work you were doing over the past 3 years and a half. Thank you very much, and we'll continue exchanging our experience during our work today. Thank you. Good day, everyone. Before uh, we begin our work, I would like to mention, of course, we don't want to spend a lot of time on welcoming remarks. And I the third person who is saying the same. We don't want to spend a lot of time on the introduction. Yet, before we begin, I would like to tell you briefly about our other activities, what else we were doing. Olena, or organizers, can you please bring the presentation on the screen? I will start sharing the information you already heard. Our consortium consists of 6 organizations. It involves 3 local organizations, such as STAN, Pomahai, and International Agency of Change, and the 3 international organizations. Action Against Hunger is a leading organization within the consortium, and Action Aid and the Age International. I'm very happy to witness the fact that this project is funded by DEC because you enable us to think about sustainability, about long-standing efforts and operations, and not think about here and now. The fact that this project is leaving Ukraine is a sad news, and yet we're happy that we managed to organize it toward the end of emergency response framework. Here we have a chance to talk about what could be changed during the emergency response. Next slide, please. Briefly about who we dedicated to, who this project is for, our efforts. Grassroots organizations require often greater support. They have often limited access to funding, and we were trying to see how we can help them. For more developed organizations, some things become obvious. However, for smaller organizations, such as grassroots organizations, they often lack capacity, time, and possibility to consider what needs they have to conduct and continue their operations today and tomorrow.
And when I was looking this is policy, this is about templates, and this is about how we should work with the available thing and how we should do that. So for the feedback, we identified the banal things, trivial things that they need. 90% of the participants at this point as organizations confirmed that experience was satisfactory after the training, and even the majority reported increased capacity. This is not final, we are still collecting the information, the feedback and question. Now about 2 other initiatives which we had. First of all, for the international organizations, it was important to review their challenges. Olena discussed the GNA but it was very important for us to take a snapshot of the current situation and proceed with the, we had peer-to-peer activities under the consortium, and those activities were led by the local partners. And the local partners had the opportunity to select, to pick up their own topic, and they led them in the activities in question. And those activities provided for more confidence and feeling of equality. They ascertained quality. Leaders were people who had things to say. The international organizations just supported and facilitated. That was their role in the consortium. It is about it. And we were trying to provide this support. I noticed that under the consortium, our interplay and communication was quite easy. I did not feel like any of the participants was downgraded or felt like this and had no say. Implementation itself was led by the local partners, as I said, and this is about achievable things if you plan properly, if you take heed of other people's opinions and have your own donor who is willing to allow for such a mode of operation. So accordingly, localization works if you are conscious of it and conscientious in your approach. Under this project, we managed not just to help with the grassroots organizations capacity building or capacity enhancement, but also work with the local implementing partners, giving them the feel of making the difference and also increasing their capacity. So sustainability of the results increased accordingly. And I would like to add this to the photo. And please scroll through the slides. And these are all the people who benefited from this project. I think it's a thing that calls for its own celebration. Things, some message concerning the organization that you would like to share as the most important one for the time being, and then we'll start our group work and we'll have the facilitators attending to your table.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So I think it's time for us to continue with our next session, where we want to basically kind of like develop a couple of critical perspectives on some of the very hot issues that have been occurring again and again in localization debates that we have been having in the past couple of years. Personally, like I came to Ukraine in early 2023, and it's been it's crazy to see that it's been more than 2 years, and in a way it is very shocking, in a way it is concerning that we are still debating the same topics in the localization events that we are hosting, which in a way means that like for me means that the humanitarian sector at large, and in particular the INGOs, have not always been able to move forward on things that they initially very like openly promised that there would be some changes. So we want to highlight a couple of perspectives on a few of the most hot, or like the hottest of these topics and issues that have been mentioned several times, including today. One of them is the issue of risk transfer between international and local organizations. Another one is the issue of due diligence, which is one of the most discussed topics at this stage, and as it was for the past couple of years. And the third one is the issue of duty of care of local partners. So we will be discussing this with three amazing panelists that we have here, that I take the liberty to quickly introduce quickly. So we have our esteemed colleague Halina Luashko, who is the head of Development and Partnerships Department of the charitable foundation Pomogam in Dnipro, working in humanitarian sector since 2009, covering several oblasts in the east. We have Marina Varban, who is the head of Team Crisis Response for the International Charitable Foundation Alliance for Public Health, that has been working since 2022 on humanitarian activities. And we have Alexandra Buglak, who is the Deputy Director of the Humanitarian NGO platform in Ukraine, in charge of strengthening coordination, partnerships, and aid effectiveness in the Ukraine response. So we have three experts here who will be sharing with us some of the points on duty of care, due diligence, and risk transfer. It will be a panel in Ukrainian and English mixed, so hopefully all of you have your translation devices at hand. Some of you have seen me in other panels and know that I like to talk about due diligence a lot, but in this particular instance we will choose to start off with another issue, because I feel like due diligence has been mentioned here, but again we have already dedicated a lot of time, and we want to also give time to the maybe in a way underlying root causes of problems that we are facing. One of which I consider, or like we all consider, I think a very big topic is the topic of risk transfer, whether it is a transfer of financial risk, whether it's transfer of security risk, and so on and so forth. So maybe moving to my first question, and I would really like to ask you, Halina, where do INGOs unintentionally shift risk to local partners? What would help to prevent it? What would be needed from INGO side based on your experience?
Дякую за запитання. Да, насамперед така комплексна перевірка.
This due diligence topic and due diligence procedure is crucial, because once you verify yourself, when you check yourself, you identify gaps and the vulnerabilities and areas to improve. But often due diligence becomes too strict, and it becomes unclear to local partners what donor or international NGO actually wants from the local partner. And I would give rather evasive answers to such questions that are too meticulous, too much scrutiny into them, too meticulous, and we have to understand the background situation in which different donors are operating. Perhaps we could develop a standardized, uniform due diligence procedure. Once organization passes it, perhaps they can do it once a year, and then it should be sort of universal to apply to other donors. Can I say anything else, or shall I pass the microphone to another speaker?
Thank you very much for these reflections. It's super useful and interesting for us to hear. And I see that, yeah, like with due diligence, it's a recurring issue that we are facing, that so much that we are in a way developing a formula or a procedure to kind of like stop risk transfer or protect, in most cases, the international organizations from risk transfer. So thanks for flagging this. Thinking a bit about risk transfer also outside of the sphere of due diligence, thinking about risk transfer when it comes to, for example, security risk and other things. Maybe my next question for Marina, where do INGOs else, what are other areas where you feel that INGOs shift risk to you as a local partner, and how could we potentially operationalize like a fairer distribution of risk between international organizations and local partners?
Ми працюємо.
We have been working in the humanitarian response since 2022. We have about 20 local partners, local and national partners, domestic partners. If we talk about distribution of risks, the major risk lies with the local organizations. Why? Because local organizations have access to beneficiaries and they have to do their job, whereas the international non-governmental organizations, they play the role of the elder brother. They always know what is best. They always deliver from the top level to the bottom level the list of activities to perform. They are controlling, monitoring, but not all international non-governmental organizations and not all international non-governmental organizations that work within a consortium are like that. When we conduct evaluation of organizational capacity assessment, we have to conduct at the same time capacity building activities if we identify potential areas for improvement. However, most international NGOs, once they conduct a due diligence, they do not take care of further development or capacity building of this organization. They assess the situation and then the local or national domestic organization is left alone with their problem issues, growth areas, etc. And they have to find the funding to finance their inner development and capacity building or turn to other international organizations and donors to help them grow. If we talk about security situation in Ukraine, donors often want local NGOs work directly at the contact line or in the areas of hostilities. It is the areas where typically no one is working except for police officers or the military. And not many organizations have the possibility or resources to for security measures for their operations, such as buying helmets or vests, armored vests and security safety equipment. We have no possibility to provide for our own safety and no money for it, no resources. Another problem, when donor organizations come to visit us with monitoring visits, they have security people who check security aspects in the region which they are visiting, region or area, and very often we have no possibility to provide for their safety. If we go to the rural area, we don't have shelters there, unfortunately. And often donor organizations do not come to those places, but we are forced to go there. And we are forced to go there and see how our partner organizations are working, and also subject the beneficiaries to the risks, because beneficiaries must attend such monitoring visits. Many risks not resolved.
Thank you so much. Like, I think this was like very interesting because it was already raising a lot of points related to the second topic we would like to discuss, which is duty of care, which I think has come up in several discussions with our international partners, with all of our local partners, with some of the volunteer groups that our local partners are partnering with. It came up with some of the donors, and I know that the NGO platform has been working a lot in this direction. But before we go into the more specific duty of care debate, let me ask our colleague Sasha from the NGO platform. Sasha, on risk transfer, you have a kind of like helicopter view, working with so many different, or seeing the work of so many different international and national organizations and observing how they work together. Based on your experience, what are the kind of like good examples you're seeing with regards to risk transfer in Ukraine? Are there like any good examples, and is there any standard emerging?
Дякую, Яспер, за запитання. Добрий день всім.
Thank you for your question. Good day, dear participants. From the bird's eye view, when we have about 100 members, national and international, I can address the point what I observe in terms of risk distribution. We can talk about financial risk distribution and security risk distribution. I would divide it into two parts. I would begin by addressing the positive points. Localization and the risk distribution, there is a progress achieved. We don't typically see this progress because each of us is working in his or her respective field or niche, and we are working with partners, long-term partners or not. But for many of us, it may seem that nothing has changed yet. We should witness a lot of changes that happened in general sense and locally if we apply like focal approach, if we focus on specific things. I cannot say that it has improved tremendously, but compared to 2022, since the outbreak of the full-scale invasion, I could tell you we have dozens of cases when, at the beginning, when international organization would come, throw like dozens of boxes to the local organization and disappear. Here we talk about the mindset changes. We are here, we are Ukrainians, and we are there to distribute boxes with aid, regardless of whether we will be paid for it or not. Empathy was one of the points that was manipulated. Explosion of Kakhovka Dam was one of the very vivid examples, but I know million cases like that one when there was a lot of manipulation, emotional manipulation. And fortunately, we managed to convey the message across our sector stakeholders about the rights of local players, local stakeholders, those who local stakeholders, NGOs realized that those who give money to implement their projects, their behavior was not okay. But I observed that many of them are UN-based or funded organizations. there are many national staff members in the international NGOs working in international NGOs, and if they are Ukrainians speaking our language, it's easier for us already. I have had meetings recently with UN agencies in Dnipro when they told about convoy delivering assistance to the city of Pokrovsk. It took a lot of time for them to arrive there, but then they say local organization distributed boxes with aid, and they quoted this as an excellent example of localization. To me, it's a shameful experience to witness that 3 years into the full-scale war and humanitarian response, we call distribution localization. It's a mismatch of terms, concepts. I don't want to generalize. There are good examples and bad examples, and there are plenty of things for us to improve. However, I don't have an answer to this, how to overcome it. I don't understand the root causes of this problem, why it is happening like that, and how we should tackle this problem, dealing with international NGOs and local NGOs. I know that there was a dialogue between them, and they managed to break through the wall and start moving toward a genuine international partnership. That is briefly about it. Talking in general terms, if we talk about distribution of risks, security risks, as Ms. Marina mentioned, that is a very vital question. And I see the problem here in this regard in terms of security risks, and in a broader sense, that from my point of view, I see 2 lines of communication.
And I can see what is happening at the platform and the members who joined our workshops. One of the highest feedbacks, most important feedback pieces is when we have in the same room some financially unaligned organizations. We have more information and people are more open with it, more ready with it. But at the platform, we also had this smaller event targeted on the Kharkiv region, and we invited our partners from Swiss embassy, other embassies, 5 NGOs, and the embassies were not direct donors. Duty of care. We do not translate this term for some reason, and we had organizations which were very open, and the donors were quite shocked because for us there was nothing new in our midst, that is. And this is more about the importance of a dialogue beyond the implementing programs and partners. So this network is very important. When you have no money, you there's no money involved, you become more genuine and frank, because with the money-based relationship, there's always some hierarchy and some relationship which is not easy. And that's it from me, but as far as this question is concerned.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sasha, for highlighting the kind of like structural issues here, and also the kind of like very good and very bad examples that we, especially the bad examples, it's really a shame that we are still seeing these ones in 2025. And we will not be able to present a solution here, but it's good to raise awareness of this and kind of like talk about it more, which is why I want to ask you, Halina, you as Pomogam are supporting communities all over the East and in frontline regions and oblasts. How do you support and manage well-being and security of staff? And do you receive from the international donors, from the international NGOs that you work with, do you receive the support that you need? And if no, what additional support would you need?
Дякую за питання. Я ще можна додати.
Thank you very much. But I would like to add to Alexander's contribution. We had 2 independent monitoring visits and audits done by donors, and they were auditing the project independently doing this. And for us, it was also important because the project seemed to be complete and completed, and 2 or 3 months later, some auditor comes over, and we were all caught by surprise, and everyone seems to be astonished, and something seemed wrong. At the beginning, during the implementation phase, you can turn down some conditionality or some condition or refuse to do some activity, but with financial liabilities with the beneficiaries, we unfortunately have to be frank 100%, but it seems to me that this 100% localization should equal 100% of trust for each other, one another. The security situation, now answering your question. Well, since the very beginning of this full-scale invasion, we were trying to make an appeal for trainings for security capacity to be enhanced. Because without security, without the individual means, that and equipment to be able to stay in such areas, there's no project, there's no feedback to speak of, and no capacity building. We had no partners that would refuse us such funding. They all provided, even if the implementation of some project was not really related to some hostility area or dangerous area. Now about capacity building and reporting. In the light of reporting, we have we like to stay on the safe side and to have some extra set of body armor and other protective means. So we always provide extra, and if we have something to spare, we provide this to the community members. I cannot give you any negative examples with such refusals. Thanks to the partners, it was all, or has been all, positive so far. Well, now about the security situation. Public Health Alliance, together with our field service organizations as partners, we work with the marginalized groups of our populace, and we have to think about the database that belongs to our clients, because in the frontline areas, if you operate and you have among your beneficiaries some substance-dependent people, LGBTQ representatives, we have to protect such beneficiaries. Unfortunately, we had some cases when during Mariupol occupation, some part of the database was captured by the Russian invaders. It was very sad, caused a lot of frustration when our associates could not use cloud storage, pay for the databases to be backed up and placed not on a hard disk, but to be accommodated somewhere else on somebody else's safe service or secure service, and or clouds for that matter. So we need funds to preserve databases, and that also includes uh, accessibility of license programming license software to be transparent but safe and secure at the same time. Let me add to answering the first question. Jasper started with the mental health and psychological support. I always share this story at all the international values, but this is about resilience of Ukrainians, because in 2023, when we had heavy impact on Kharkiv, the blackouts, no end, we had emergency meetings discussing the assistance necessary, and the response was, we are fine, we don't need any additional funds. That was about reports from the field, so to speak. And of course, we have to even convince people, persuade people that they need security, because they tend to be unnecessarily brave. In 24, when we had that extreme heat, no conditioning, and they had no complaints. We just imposed the EcoFlow units and the air conditioners, because Ukrainians have learned to survive no matter what. But no US money, people are fundraising. Well, Ukrainian resilience is legendary by now, and the civil society is very vibrant and powerful and empowered. But speaking of being open, being frank, but we need body armor, we need armored vans, we need this and that and extra assistance. We forget about it, tend to forget about it. We do not ask for it, and then it is not reflected anywhere, it's not documented, and never comes as a result. So resilience is good, cohesion is good, and you can actually make films using the stories, disaster films and otherwise, but this is a matter of pride for us Ukrainians, that speaking of being systemic and strengthening one's position, we should use that opportunity. Yes, you're right, but let's not forget 1, 2, 3, the bullet points that we have to provide for. And mental health, as you rightly mentioned, when we had this discussion about beneficiaries, because of the impact on the blackouts, the biggest demand or request was even from Pomheim, and the burnout. People burn out because they are not knowledgeable. It's not about helping beneficiaries. It's about pulling yourself together without communication, without the worries about your own family, and in front of beneficiaries' family. And Ukraine is much more conscious with the mental health, much more aware, because there are continuous requests, continuous approaches. Why 10 counseling sessions? Let's have 20 instead. This is a matter of pride. This is being realistic about your state, about your condition, about your environment. Yeah, let me add about the risks. Risks to mental health. In Mayanka, we have supervision for social workers and HIV service organization, but when we approach donors or in consortia to support this supervision, unfortunately, donors, our partner organizations, think this is, an additionality. It's luxury, and they cannot afford it. But in fact, this is essential support for the staffers, for the associates to approach some a bit more knowledgeable colleagues with certain issues as supervisors. We had problems. We needed to introduce online case management. And your supervisor can give you a piece of sound advice as to how to arrange it, find the beneficiaries and make them more willing to approach you. And there are many issues that are troubleshooted with supervision, but the majority of donors think it's just a fancy, and they do not support the Ukrainian personnel with the most required services, very much in demand. So the awareness is there, but mental health is not just about beneficiaries. It's about care providers, service providers also, and maybe even more.
Thank you very much for sharing these powerful stories of resilience and resistance, but also for flagging the problems here. And this is, I think, something that I really take away from your point, Marina, is that also the understanding of risk and the understanding of kind of like the practices and support needed from the side of INGOs depends a lot on the communities that we as NGOs are working with, depending a lot on the way we define risk and we define duty of care in the first place. For example, as ActionAid, we work a lot with communities of activists, which means that there is an additional layer of, let's say, cybersecurity, of people being under risk of propaganda, being at risk online, that most of the humanitarian community is not even like thinking about or talking about. It depends so much on who you are working with and how you're working with them. So thanks a lot for flagging this. I want to ask all three of you for your take very briefly. Has something changed in the past couple of years with regards to international organizations adopting like comprehensive duty of care packages, or is it kind of like still a matter of individually negotiating with donors, individually negotiating with INGOs on individual support that they will provide to you within the framework of specific projects or activities?
Я можу розпочати. Я хочу підтримати Олександра.
Start. I would like to support Alexandra here. There are shifts, positive shifts indeed. After these 3 years, the donors have become more flexible. They take heed when they come with the monitoring visit and understand the conditions of our local organizations. They change their mind about it. And very often they come to local organizations with the needs assessments exercises. Perhaps you need this. Maybe some flexible funding can help there for troubleshooting, say for emergency fund, like Kakhovka explosion, Kakhovka disaster, the dam, and blown up, and evacuation when we have the offensive from the Russian side, a very quick one. People have to be evacuated immediately from the spot, and there are certain shifts, but there are still also obstacles. I would like to support the colleagues. Comprehensive it is now, especially when it comes to training and then supervision, facilitation and supervision as 3 stages. And also the debriefing, when what you should have done, had you had this, had you had that, and the percentage intercosting, other costing, so to speak, 1 to 2% extra, and with this kind of markup, and we know that there are certain moments of the funding being stuck and delayed, and you have to report without any delay as scheduled. So we had great experience when we could arrange it with the partners and about 2 years ago it was impossible. We couldn't even ask him, couldn't even raise the issue with them. Now it's different, I'm happy to say. Now about approaching this. Let's start with from afar. Duty of care, due diligence. There is no, in my opinion, in Alexander's opinion, that's of the notion. There's no translation that's easily translated, seemingly, verbally at least. Well, since 2014, we've had this period of realization, duty of care and humanitarian response. We don't know. We call it duty of care. We do not translate it into Ukraine because there is no notion in our regulations or legislation or any other deliverables. So after 3 years of humanitarian response, we've made some progress. Now about this story about the duty of care, a year ago, Swiss Embassy, together with the alliance of NGOs and the platform, Geo Alliance, started developing this minimum package for the necessary procedures. And basically we could do that. That was fixed, and now we approach different entities and donors for implementation when they provide the money. This is not just a recommendation, it's not optional, but we tried to make it special, mandatory, essential for security. Because to give money, one can give money and say, well, let's not forget about security arrangements. Goes without saying that you will also cover a couple of a score of beneficiaries instead of spending on your security. That should be designated. That should be a protected line in the budget.
This is the minimum standard package developed for Ukraine. However, humanitarian response is taking place in 26 countries of the world, and there are similar platforms like NGO platform in Ukraine, and they can may exist in mixed format. We met in northern western Syria, some colleagues, they are developing something for their government. We shared our experience with them, and then they are considering the change of political situation in Syria, they are developing, taking it further. Experience of Ukraine, I cannot say that it is spread around the world already, but in areas where we can share our experience, we advocate for the use of our accomplishments and best practices in Ukraine. Each context is unique, but there are common security considerations such as security of people who provide assistance. I believe that the standards have been translated, developed by Swiss Embassy Alliance and us. This is the document which actually incentivizes and encourages those who are providing grants not to forget about security component. I would like to add a few words about the due diligence process in Ukraine. It has not acquired the status or level of development that we could say it's sufficient. A lot of organizations are passing due diligence with different donors. Tools of due diligence have not been harmonized or streamlined, and one donor requested about 100 documents returned to Alliance with the request to provide about 100 or 200 documents across many points. It's impossible to collect so many documents within short time, and we recruited the entire team of our professionals working in Alliance to deliver the documents, but we did not win in that competition. We lost a lot of time, but we did not obtain the result. We have experience of conducting due diligence together with philanthropy in UA partners, we have developed we created the way to harmonize the two tools which we were using during our assessment of 29 organizations in Ukraine, and the two developed by philanthropy in UA. And that is a great experience because several organizations that passed due diligence, they are already recognized with their due diligence results by philanthropy in UA. That would be great if a certificate received as a result of due diligence conducted for one organization, for one donor, if we could use the same with different donors, like interchangeably, that would be great. And if we could develop the level, in addition to the golden standard, we have to make sure that the organization passed due diligence and it has already been approved, that this process has to be finalized and brought to the logical conclusion. I would like to add something regarding humanitarian organizations and NGOs, and some of them do not even understand this term, what it is, due diligence, in terms of raising awareness of the people who need it. Of course, we need to expand our efforts in raising awareness of the people working in this sector. When you require some organization to provide due diligence results, they ask you why. They don't understand the meaning and purpose of it. Perhaps that is regarding information that you are sharing. Of course, people working in this sector have to understand why this information is requested. Perhaps there is a questionnaire or a tool that allows you to submit their applications to the donors directly, and there should be a list of all documents required, like policies, organizational policies. We hear a lot of conversation. Somebody is writing such tools, but there is no uniform platform where such requirements could be brought together and used locally by organizations that are young and inexperienced, and also mature and experienced. Both types.
Really an amazing panel because I can just sit here very comfortably and do not need to even ask the questions. Everything seems to be coming very naturally. So thanks a lot for this, guys. I see that the topic has come back to, we have come back to the topic of due diligence. And before we will open the floor, because I know that there are several people here in the room who have things to share, who have questions to ask, I want to ask a couple of very short final questions on due diligence that we have already started to discuss. First, maybe starting with you, Halina. Like, Pomogam is working with a wide range of international organizations now for several years. In your experience, has something improved over the past couple of years with regards to due diligence?
It has improved if there is a feedback from the donor or the partner. If we conduct a due diligence and it is recorded and there is no feedback, that in that case, I cannot say it has improved. But clearly, a feedback is often provided, and to enhance capacity, to build capacity, recommendations are provided considering the context of the organization. In cases if feedback is provided, it often includes the background and the environment in which organization operates. But if there are no resources to, for example, to improve certain areas and according to the strategic plan, there is a need to improve some other areas. Whether it is taken into account or not, I do not know.
Indeed, very important. And I think the lack of feedback on due diligence processes is something that we are hearing a lot from several local organizations all over Ukraine. It seems to be really one of the biggest frustrations that local organizations are still forced to undergo lengthy processes without at times even getting justification or kind of like any feedback on the process that is so time consuming and often painful. Thank you very much for sharing this. Marina, what do you think? What should INGOs do next in terms of due diligence? What should be the kind of like go-to ways? What can we do as international organizations in order to make it easier for our local partners?
First of all, is to harmonize tools for assessment because there are many of them, and each donor seems to have their own tool of assessment. Alliance has been subjected to multiple rounds of evaluation of assessment, and each donor requires their own list of documents. You have to prepare for the interview, which has to follow the document submission we have. It seems to me it would be worth to harmonize all the tools and maybe develop one instrument for Ukraine for all local NGOs and conduct training sessions and awareness raising campaigns to inform local NGOs why due diligence is required. Because many organizations, from our experience, especially those who are inexperienced, who did not submit many applications for grant funding to the donors, if they passed due diligence not very well, they may develop inferiority complex. I am unable, I cannot pass audits. Why do I have to bother with participation in the future? That is why it is necessary to inform such organizations, to train them, to to provide case studies or description of cases of such due diligence procedures that some organizations have successfully passed, for others to learn from them, because for many of them it is the vitally important instrument necessary in their work. There cannot be a uniform sample that everybody could follow, like copy and paste, but if there is a general layout of the process, please share it with us and with everybody else, because some organizations are looking for this information within the framework of our organization. We hired lawyers who developed policies and procedures for each organization, those who are working in the Donetsk, Lugansk regions and in the regions adjacent to the areas of hostilities. They should have different policies and documents in place. There are some advances, there is certain progress achieved, yet we still have plenty of room for improvement, and local organizations do not have to have fear of due diligence, and it is essential to have a certificate issued as a result of such due diligence procedure, because often due diligence may be conducted, but the organization subjected to it has no idea what is its score, how far is it to go to reach the golden standard. What should be the areas for improvement? Together with the Christian Aid, we developed tools. As a result of due diligence, organization may receive the score and the areas for further improvement. In this way, the organization can develop its own action plan to develop. If I may, I would like to add briefly. We can talk long hours about this topic because we are involved with the question. But what Ms. Marie mentioned regarding the feedback, that should be a minimum requirement. That is top priority discussed among us, all of us, in our meetings. Once you pass due diligence, your proof that you passed it is your contract. Even if all is good, but you have no contract, you cannot show to anybody that you achieved this benchmark or that you are good. The second, awareness raising campaigns, explanation. I typically explain to other people why we have to do it. I would like to ask you a question. How often are you dropping money in cash in the boxes for donations established in the subway stations? Never. Yeah, I guess never. Because you typically you want to direct your aid to someone who you know. And patterns of decision making in humanitarian sector does not differ from your decision-making pattern when you buy a TV set. This process of humanitarian response field is complicated with multiple terms and concepts. But every time when your organization reaches the level when you start providing sub-grants, then you appear to be in this situation when you get to understand why it has been made such a complicated system. And the reform of due diligence started last year, and I am a member of the supervisory committee that supervises this reform. And this committee involves people from different countries, and they have several tools that they have developed. But the question is the same. It's in the air. It is there is an imminent need to do it. Yet there is a question of trust, because every certificate raises the question, according to what methodology you received the 5 points. Everybody challenges that, but you have to understand the complex nature of the process of certification. Of course, you can develop certain standards or foundation, but my general message is you have to remember how we are making decisions. Our principles of decision making are the same at home and at work. There are general trends and patterns and cannot discard them because we are human beings. I agree with you, but it is possible to optimize those tools. 52 criteria and 100 or 200 documents required. That is too much.
Three of you for these amazing and very positive closing remarks. I think on the panel of due diligence, I'm very happy to see that actually for once we can close a panel on due diligence with very positive remarks at the end, which is definitely some progress that we have achieved since coming together to these discussions in the first place. So let's all clap for our panelists, Sasha, Marina and Halina. And I think we are running a bit over time, but I think we can, I know that there are some very urgent voices in the audience that would like to share something with us. So maybe we can take a couple of extra minutes into the coffee break and open the floor for a couple of very, very short remarks over to, yeah, thank you, Tatiana.
Так, всім добрий день. Мене звати Анна, я представниця.
Good day. My name is Anna. I represent philanthropy in Ukraine. Marina told about this organization that is a more or less successful case of due diligence. And I know this topic very well. I have been involved with this topic for about 2 years. I don't have a lot of things to say on the positive side about this topic. We developed the platform and IT solution that enables us to harmonize due diligence procedures. I request and invite Ukrainian organizations to get registered, to join efforts, to see what donors' requirements are in terms of organizational policies, but I cannot predict or expect that harmonization of due diligence procedures can be achieved in the foreseeable future. I do not believe we can develop the golden standards. When we developed this idea, we thought, let's create a platform and everybody will join it. But then we realized that no donor wants to give away some of their specific requirements. So there cannot be a golden standard, but our due diligence procedure is used by the major organization that they are launching 11 million euros project in Ukraine, and there is cross-testing of our tool with other NGOs and such. Innovations are about compromises, about doing away with the specific standards or habits or customs that some NGOs may become accustomed to doing some things in a specific way. We cannot expect, we should not expect that due diligence procedures will be harmonized, especially in the Ukrainian situation. This is the question of trust. We cannot say that people trust us because we have cool website and user-friendly interface. I invite you, dear colleagues from NGOs, to come and test it as a format in for 2-3 organizations and make your own conclusions.
I absolutely agree, but we are actively engaged in this. This is not about INGO. It's about HQs of those organizations, because you can see people nodding to this because the country directors, they can say, yes, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Well, he is nodding. Well, but this is the same thing as we spend all our, Jasper and myself, we spent all our leisure on this for your instrument to work with more, with a better performance. You have to work with HQs. HQs are a totally different story, but due diligence is basically, it's about a whole toolkit, not just one instrument, and it should be in all the imaginable planes HQ of certain INGOs. So of course, we cannot make an exception for Ukraine, and because Mali, Sudan, Afghanistan, and other places will claim the same right, but they have totally different situations in terms of statehood and statecraft. And this is a difficult process. This is not unilateral. This is about multiple participation and multiple partners. We have this situation very often when HQ is a hitch, basically. And this is localization. This is about localization. What's the purpose and sense of localization? This is about response adjusted to the context, customized. When HQs adopt very important decisions, isn't it case when we say it is an essential that is an end state designed for localization, but we are testing. Our testing due diligence, mutual acceptance with the NGOs that have HQs. We had this challenge, but the national team advocated for it and also reconciling this for the mechanism. Testing of the mechanism. The only thing, perhaps my last for this session or for this panel, that is this expensive case, however, successful CDO, British Embassy recognized that audit provided one of the big reputed organizations. This is a big auditing company that does due diligence for humanitarian standards, as they call it. And if you subjected and successfully undergo this audit, it is recognized now. They are working on the funds to be provided for the local organizations to undergo such audits, expensive audits, but with the prospect of mutual recognition. The British Embassy is a voice that heard all over the world. Let me say, I don't like when these processes coincide. You have to do that at the same time with different counterparts, and sometimes every 6 months. But basically, I'm in favor. This is not an inspection. This is more about reviewing the processes or revisiting the processes unfolding in the organization. The first experience we gained with the children, one of the first organization, Children of Freedom, if I'm not mistaken, and we had a lot of excitement and a lot of pleasure. Even we were delighted to do that. That was more about facilitation. That was more about counseling and revisiting the progresses and performance. And we engage in such discussions different parties, associates, organizations, the board, and the members of the same organization. So the membership. And we also worked with PACT for development of PACT with the women's organizations. The women's organizations should support you. There are certain standards, of course, and they can be streamlined and simplify the financial procedures. We have specific things in mind, but there are other issues which, for every organization, they are sensitive: feminism, gender policy, for some, and it may be things have to do with children's rights. So then we were designing and redesigning with the technology technique other to customize and be navigated by the standards that we have in mind for such activities, such core business, or such mission. And I like them. They provide the feedback. I like them for that. And basically, you can use things that are readily available, and then you can turn to some secondary issues. That is my the way I view it. Anyway, it's a very hot topic, but I understand that you have some opinion. I'm not included. From the point of view of feedback, I fully agree with your comments at the panel discussion. These feedback from the partners, we usually do not provide any answers to the applications, especially the ones turned down. And the due diligence is supposed to be a point of growth. And this is localization as it is in real terms. And we would like from all the donors and all the partners who refer us to due diligence to provide some feedback. People complain that this is very unexpected usually. This is haphazard because of the big number of diligence. But when they turn us down, we would like to know the reason. And thank you for the profile due diligence passport, as we call it, to certify the process, because all the due diligence process with the majority of other partners, they are never uh, documented in any way. They're not formalized, so to speak. And we cannot offer this to any partners like this is the pattern, this is the approach, let's use it together. But localization is there and is there to stay since 2022. 2023, we've covered the big distance. We have scores, 52 policies you have to download, load, and with the majority organizations scores 20, 30 policies and other standards and procedures. So I'm sure that there's a way to go. This is the way to go, and there is no golden standard of due diligence. We cannot dream of it. It will never happen. Thank you.
So we have a very, very final comment.
Цим якраз і закриємо, тому що
I think that the superstructure, ideally localization, should not be just about feedback to you, but feedback from you to INGOs. And then we can say that there is an exchange in place, because localization, and there was that question when they asked local partners whether you have received any feedback and whether you were asked to provide your feedback, invited to provide. It's best when you are invited also to reciprocate, because sometimes that is not contextualized, and that's localization at work and in progress.
But I'm sensing that I need to wrap up from the timekeeper somewhere sitting in that part of the room. So we will stop here. Thanks again to everyone who contributed from the audience. Thanks again to all of you for listening in this long. Thanks to you guys for sharing your views, for being very critical, very open and outspoken here, and sharing these points that I'm sure resonate with a lot of the colleagues in this room. Guys, let's go for a coffee break, refresh a bit, and use the 30 minutes of the coffee break to keep discussing the hot topic of due diligence. Cheers, and see you back here at 2:40, please. Thank you very much.
Is this working? Hi, can we maybe start with the next panel? I hope you all had a productive break and you had enough coffee. So this next session is quite interactive. So the next part, we're going to discuss for about an hour about lessons learned on the response and being more focused on what are some innovative programming that were done both in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. And I'm going to start by presenting the people that we invited for the panel. So we have with us Natalia Karbovska, Ukrainian Women Fund. We have Omer Kaya from Jeru, Joint Emergency Response Ukraine, and Maxim Machula from Polish Humanitarian Action. And if I didn't pronounce correctly your names, I'm so sorry, my Romanian Eastern European accent is not always helping. So I will start by asking specific questions to each of you, and then we're going to move more into the general view of things. So I'm going to start with you, Maxim. If you can tell us a bit, how can meaningful partnerships between local and international actors can lead to more relevant, impactful, and sustainable project design, both in Ukraine and in neighboring countries?
Так. Вітаю, дякую. Тож, я пропоную почати з того, що ми, умовно кажучи, в себе в організації вважаємо інновацією і з точки зору підходу до партнерства. Тобто для нас ситуація – це те, що ми щось робили по-іншому, щось змінили, додали туди певних
Change, adding new things, adding new values perhaps, and to us it's innovation because people differently see this notion and explain this word. There are 3 case studies when we change our programming and approach to selection of partners and projects. So the changes that we introduced in due diligence about this popular topic of today, the co-design as a notion and the process of co-implementation, shared implementation, common implementation. There are certain principles or values of partnership. First of all, the project that we do is not ours, it's not our partners, it's our joint project. And this is the principal value that we use as the reference point for our communication. And I have a short question. I would like to arrange some voting from the local organization. Have you had any experience of organizations being invited to do due diligence, invited by INGO and not getting any feedback? By show of hands. If you had such experience, please raise your hand so that I can see. I can see less than 50%. So when we created that, we had international venues, international colleagues where we discussed this issue. As a person responsible for partnership, I would think about inviting organizations to do due diligence without knowing what we want to do, what project we would like to implement. And in response to that, I heard that we are sure that they are capable and we can pass this project down to them. This person is not with us anymore as a consultant or an advisor. When we have open calls, we discuss projects, added value of specific organizations brought about by them. And all our partnerships, first of all, we select a project, not a super capable implementing partner. So our approach is in selecting a project with a simple logic of asking ourselves what we can do for the beneficiaries, what kind of added value we can offer. So we have here the due diligence exercise assessments, capacity assessment for the partners, And we do that just in two cases. First of all, if this organization has been recommended for funding already, so the organization is subject to due diligence. If there are no red flags, usually there are no red flags, we can do this joint project. And if the organization question agrees and the project proposal develop and we have more than 50% of assurance or certainty, so we start the project and we work with the problem that there is certain feeling of the waste of time on due diligence, and we are trying, we keep trying, there's no impact. This is the first innovative thing. First, we choose the project and the value that we can offer, and it's only after that that we talk to our partners. This is number thing. Secondly, from the point of view of due diligence per se or as such, when we realize that we have specific funding, and this is not in vain, this is not idle, so we revitalize, I say, due diligence. We add, invigorate it with the human factor, with the human beings, live Ukrainians who work for our organization. So this is not just about SWOT analysis of certain issues, and this is live experience, and they explain why they do things and why they do them in this way, the way chosen. This is assessment that we call. We agree, absolutely agree with no answers provided. Say, if we plan with an organization to have safe place for children, and for in logistics we have the warehouse reporting, and that does not take any points away, and the partners just have to say that this is not relevant as far as our project is concerned. So we make this more concentrated or project oriented, and capacity or capability needed for the project in question, not some organization having 22 policies just to become our partner and without any other purpose in mind. This is about values, you see. And to due diligence, we added a facilitator that can answer questions on our behalf, explaining to the people sometimes even after hours why we propose such and such instruments. So translated into Ukrainian. And the third thing is another practical case. We select our projects. In Dnipro, we did wells, better access to drinking water. One of the hospitals that is now at a very important stage and a very important junction, and they provide to civilians, and the partner did it well. And we started due diligence and all the checks when we went beyond the preparatory stage. We realized that the project recommended for funding was created by some volunteers who came from Chasiv Yar, and they created this organization, and they had something to do with it. And with the checks, and we realized that it didn't come as a surprise. So speaking of certain values, wells, drilling, these are technically complicated processes, quite complicated. And some organizations said that you have no capacity to do this and that. This is a big tender, a big competition, a big call. So we did this simple thing. So we cannot do acceptance of in terms of logistics. So we can second our person who will take this process away from you. You will be on the committee, on the board, reviewing the process. But now we understand that you have the procurement policies still not in place. When you have them in place, you will do that. And we had that partner at a certain stage of development. We employed our specialists for some component to reinforce the project and us with the partner to implement that together and in joint efforts. And we expected to continue, or now expect to continue with them for another project, and the subsequent tender procedures should be designed differently when the partner do that, and we just look around and stick around in for the third occasion. They expect to be able to do that independently. That's the novelty. That's the innovation for you. We're not doing that for them. We're implementing our joint project instead. From the point of view of this value, it was so much easier for us to explain why we do that, not just involve the partner, because there are certain inconsistencies, and this is just normal. This cannot be a super organization done overnight or anything of that kind. That's the way it is.
Insightful and detailed presentation of bringing innovations in terms of partnerships and focusing on values. My next question would be for you, Omer. From your perspective, what are the most important shifts we're seeing in the humanitarian and development sector, and what kinds of innovative approaches or programming give you hope for the future?
Where to start? I took a couple of notes for this question, actually. But let me provide a quick background about myself, just with the hope that it will make a little bit more sense why I am going to be too direct. Right? So when I was a teenager, there was a huge earthquake in my hometown. And on the third day of earthquake, I was delivering hot meal. So since then, I've been volunteering, working for local initiatives, local organizations, national organizations back in Turkey. So I know more or less what challenges and the pain the local national organizations are going through. And I'm here to learn, actually. I'm not saying that I know what Ukrainian colleagues are having difficulties on a daily basis, but it's more or less same in many contexts. So regarding your question, the sector we know last year is gone. So, and it's not coming back, most likely. So there's an ongoing shift on many levels, on donor levels. As we say, the main donor from the US, they made a huge shift. There is a shift from European donors and the other ones. There is an effort called reset on UN level, which we know we have quite limited information. As usual, UN is not it doesn't have the greatest appetite to share what's going on. On INGO level as well, I think my humble observation is INGOs are just trying to understand what's going on and try to adapt. But talking to other colleagues working in different contexts or colleagues working in Ukraine for different INGOs, we might see that some INGOs are also merging sooner or later. So my point is, the sector is shifting big time, but what's the impact on the local national level? And how it should be understood? That's a $1 million question, actually, because Unfortunately, it's most of the time that local organizations are informed about what's going on. So this is exactly why I think it is time to shift the way things are working as well. Regarding innovation, actually I will repeating a little bit myself during we were working on SWOT. So apologies my dear colleagues around the table. The sector we are working is extremely conservative. Let me elaborate what I mean. So when you want to send a pen to any location in the world, you can send it via UPS. But our work starts when UPS doesn't have access anymore. So this is exactly why, just because we are working on quite high risk, quite volatile locations, we tend to work quite conservative, meaning that we want to conserve the way we are working, because it's already kind of proved, experienced, and we know what we are doing. When there is this understanding or tendency or approach, how much room do we have for innovation? Not a lot. And when I checked last time, the overall, out of overall humanitarian global budget, 0.3% is allocated for specifically for innovation. Back in 2015 in Istanbul, there was the very famous Humanitarian Summit where the whole localization agenda kicked off. There was also discussion about this, and there were discussion about to increase it to 1%, and even there were some arguments about to do it more and more. I don't know the data. I tried to find out what's the data currently, but neither Google nor ChatGPT helped me to find out that data. So if you find out, please let me know. I'm very curious. When I was working back in Turkey, in Gaziantep, which was the hub for the humanitarian organizations, we actually tried to establish, I was working as program director, and we tried to establish a humanitarian innovation lab, which would bring the civil society, humanitarian organizations, the government, the state institutions, and the private sector. Believe it or not, it was almost mission impossible to grant 300,000 USD just to kick off the project, because even when we were explaining this idea to INGO partners or OCHA or the UHF, they loved the idea, but they didn't know how to fund it, because they cannot really put this idea anywhere. I mean, it's not livelihoods, it's not health, it's not protection. So what I'm trying to say, and I will try to link this example and my long introduction to the innovation and the opportunity that we have here in Ukraine. Unlike the other contexts, Ukraine is quite unique for a couple of reasons. There is a functioning government. There is quite well-established systems in place. There is a strong private sector. I mean, apologies if I'm saying something, if I sound too illiterate by not taking into consideration whatever is going on daily basis. I mean, I'm not, of course, neglecting the realities, but I'm also trying to bring more like an overall observation. So all of these, and also Ukraine has strong relation with European countries as well. So the innovation barely exists. If you ask me what innovation can happen today or tomorrow, I don't know the question, but I have an idea. I strongly encourage my beloved local national partner colleagues to push international organizations to explore together, because INGOs also don't know how to work with private sector. I mean, in my previous organization, an American one, and currently Irish plus German one, they have some HQ level relation with some companies, but that doesn't necessarily reflect to the country level. So we don't know, you don't know. So how about exploring together? And one last thing before giving the floor back to you, hopefully an example of either an innovative or different way of doing things. We have the community-led response project, funded basically by 2 HQs of the organizations that I'm working under the umbrella. So GERO is basically Concern Worldwide plus WHH. GERO as organization doesn't exist. It's just our umbrella. So we are receiving money from the HQs, specifically working on the capacity building, sharing of our strategic partners, doing our best, not only specific areas, but also their organizational development, but also community-led response. I don't want to take it too long. I can talk about this amazing project for another 30 minutes, but that would be very irrespectful. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. And I was also reflecting while you were talking that coming again with the perspective of neighboring countries, because I work mostly on neighboring countries, I think there are a lot of lessons learned from Ukraine that can be adapted to the neighboring countries. And I'm just going to refer to one very specific example. For instance, in the case of Romania, I think the way in which this crisis was managed was a good exercise for future situations, because Romania is very prone to earthquakes and we don't have a lot of capacity in terms of disaster response. So at the end of the day, based on all the learnings and all the challenges and all the lessons learned, I think this is going to be helpful also for neighboring countries like Romania, Moldova, and Poland. I'm going to ask the next question to Natalia. How can NGOs and donors ensure that feminist and minority-led local organizations are not just recipients, but are rather co-creators of strategy and vision?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronica, for the question. I'll switch into Ukrainian. We agree. Ми домовилися, що ми будемо
I will speak in Ukrainian. Thank you very much for having invited me to participate in this session. I'd like to begin by answering the question asked by Veronica. What has mentioned that there is no such a thing as old conservative approach. I would say that entire ecosystem is changing in terms of donors and civil society. It affects both donors and civil society. And this topic of innovation is extremely relevant. If you do not innovate, if you do not introduce new approaches, if you do not see the target audiences that you are focusing on them, but if you use old principles and old methodologies, you will not survive. I believe that now there is time for innovations, but there is another important question. What is it? And many organizations, I would like to ask a question, whether many organizations have put together the definition of it. And this is the scope of activities for the civil society groups, for NGOs, and for donors to sit down and create a set of criteria and definition of provide definition of innovations and monitoring that Omer was talking about, like 10% budget or how much should go to innovative projects. I think it would become even more relevant if we speak the same language and use the same terms. This one. think, and coming to the question asked by Veronica, what we're trying to do in the feminist movement, how to integrate the questions about women's rights, gender equality in different policies at the national level and the local level and in the work of civil society. The major problem which we in the Ukrainian Women's Fund are facing, we see the problem with the mainstreaming in the formal approach. And we often hear from donors that, of course, donors are in favor of supporting women's rights, intersectionality, etc. And everything is included. The same things we tend to hear from other NGOs, non-feminist oriented, but in many cases it often means calculation of gender disaggregated data. We calculate women and men, boys and girls, how many boys and girls participated in our events. And I can say I was doing the same. I had experience when I worked in international organizations. I will not tell you which ones. I was a gender expert. I had no budget, I had no money, and my objective was I could not implement the things which I believed in. But I calculated how many boys participated in our events and how many girls, and we were writing excellent reports to our big, beautiful donor. And that is the formal, very formal way of treating things. But to do it in a meaningful way, we need these three things. A political will, if we talk about organization of civil society, from the leadership of organization, you have to look broader, to innovate, to apply innovative lens to involve new communities, new groups which are not covered by our programming currently. Next one is systems. I mean definitions, how to integrate the platforms to make sure that our target audiences or those groups that are not our target audiences yet, but they could speak up and voice their concerns to make sure it is comfortable for them, not only for the decision makers, but to everybody who we are inviting, so that it is comfortable, for it's a friendly environment for them to express their concerns, and we should use user-friendly language. Very simple example at our events provide for possibilities, especially when we work with communities. We invite women with children. We make sure they can bring children, and their children can be taken care of. And there may be multiple examples like this one, and this is and the next point is monitoring. We may have excellent policies, but if they are not implemented and not monitored properly, it would make no sense. It would result in no benefit for the society. That is, it is crucial to listen to our target audiences and to hear them and respond to the evolving needs of our target audiences. I do not know how much time I have about team. You would like me to answer the question about the teamwork, Veronica?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Let's elaborate a bit, and then
I
we
have
can move
a couple of
on.
minutes more. Okay. Я просто тоді хотіла привести приклад.
I would like to give you another example of governmental policy and how we work with such policies for gender equity, gender equality, and also rights for different vulnerable groups. This is the so-called National Action Plan 1325. I can see some people nodding their heads to get, yeah, you know, one hand up. Oh, yeah, we have quite a bunch of them. You know what it is? Good. This National Action Plan in our bubble, 1325. It's called Women, Peace, Security. That's the name, and it's about women's participation in the processes which unfold in wars, armed conflicts, and to see women not just as survivors or victims, but this, as solutions, people providing solutions when we need them. And 1325 is a resolution of the Council, the Security Council of UN Security Council. Ukraine adopted the National Action Plan to implement this resolution. And when we were beginning with it, it was very formal indeed. It was very rigid. It was all on paper and nowhere else to be detected. As any action plan, it goes down to the regions, oblasts, as we call them here, and you understand that there are plenty of examples. There's this national policy and the regional administration copy-paste, and that's how they fabricate their own plans. And they are sometimes very, very strange in their appearance, if it is just a copy-paste exercise. So we work with NGOs, security and defense sector, with the media, with different people who care, who do want to make the difference for security. And the agenda, peace, women, peace, security for the coalition, and with the political will in place, we should find a way for the local authorities to adjust their plans to their actual conditions. We started in 2019. We had 5 coalitions, 25 now in all the regions under the governmental control. And presently, we recently concluded monitoring of implementation of this plan last year. The 2/3 of funding for all the available cash spent on women, peace, security in Ukraine as an agenda are mobilized or fundraised by the coalition members, not just mobilizing the funds. But they actually streamline the funds to the initiatives, to implement initiatives that they feel are most important. And coalition serves as a venue for the local politicians, for the monitoring to take place. And I'm sure that coalitions are not the only example. You also have your own examples, case studies, when we can engage new vulnerable groups, still unengaged, onboard them, because I think we just have to share this experience and we have to learn from each other, as is natural for human beings, of course. And I would like to draw your attention to this group, and I think from your own experience, or from experience of your own circle, you know about this circle, about this group, the Ukrainian Women's Fund. We started working with this group. These are families of the military, and we have analyzed the governmental policies, well, how the funds are appropriated for that purpose. They are all called veterans and their families, but nobody knows how much per family is made available. So this is all to no avail. This is the zero, but there are some people around us who cannot wait. And there are people whose relatives are taken prisoners. So one of the biggest groups still growing, unfortunately, it's tragic, the least covered by governmental policies and NGOs for that matter. We can see families with of the missing in action, and we would like to invite you. Please contact us. We are now piloting 2 centers in Khmelnytsky and Lviv, and they are starting with those groups, not just the missing, but the prisoners of war and the ones who unfortunately perished and still fighting. Now we're looking for new models, innovative strategies to work with those categories, to establish contact with them. I'd be grateful if you offer something along those lines on behalf of your respective organization.
Based on what you answered, I would like maybe to move a bit into for us to look a bit more in depth at some of the terms we are using, because I feel that as NGOs, some of the donors, some of the local partners, we love these buzzwords: innovative programming, feminist agenda, women, peace and security. So my next question is addressed actually to the 3 of you. What does truly intersectional localization mean for you? And what structures needs to be in place to ensure that marginalized voices, such as the voices of Roma people or the community of LGBTQ+I, activist youth, people with disabilities, are not sidelined when we are talking about scaling up different programs? So maybe Maxim, would you?
Так. Це, до речі,
Indeed, this is one of the ideas that we have as a result of some previous calls, the 2 previous calls. What we discovered that from the point of view, let me discuss the pro forma part, the application, the evaluation, and very often organizations which are focused on the marginalized groups, different marginalized groups, and the quality of project applications that they file is not super good. And we realized that this is just logical because they have been marginalized. They are not empowered, they receive less support, and we understand why this is the case. So, with the old system, they were isolated and cut off because they cannot make a beautiful proposals. They are not particularly good at drafting the applications, but through our communication with other colleagues, we've seen that the best people who can work in the field are those people. And so what we can do with this, in my view, the most available from point of directive to allocate some money and specify the programs for specific, very specific audiences, target audience, and then we can localize. Then we can localize with the institutional donors, say 25% of any invited grant, at least 25 should go to a local organization. And NGOs with experience, with capacity in place, understanding the sphere, they started training, they started bringing them up to scratch, and the system can absorb more than 25% already offered. So there is some result, some outcome. So the easiest directive process is to concentrate specific programs and target them on such organizations and target such organizations and to help them with the project application, with the project design, anything. But we have to make sure that such organizations with such profile get access to funding and they can get experience of how best to work with it, how to do that, implement, and then they can grow as a community, as an institution, as an organization. So I think, well, capacity building it is, and I think it is a simple solution, and we can boost it. We can say that this is something that can help them push and pull, and they can design their own tasks for contents.
Thank you, Omer, for a bit of your insight on, yes.
Давайте я,
Yes, let me give a couple of recommendations to follow up to Maxim's contribution and to share our experience. I fully agree that organizations, especially the newly created, it's very difficult for them to compete with a new ecosystem that is downside. It's even tougher, this competition is. And coming back to organizations that are now creating, well, registering families. We've discussed it today with the newly created, the wives of missing soldiers, missing in action. But they do not know much about civil society. They are not natural born activists. The reason is they were turned down by some agency. Somebody gave them this hint and said, you please organize because we cannot deal with you individually. You have no chance. Create an organization, create an NGO, and together you can have one lawyer for all of you. You can act as an entity, and they did this because they were helpless and hopeless. But they are a very important part of the civil society, nevertheless. And it is our duty to support them there. And with the Ukrainian Women's Fund, we decided that we give them starting grants. When you tell them, do a project, they look at you with the blank eyes because they are just traumatized and they're trying to fight for their loved ones as much as they can. They do not need any projects, but it is very important for us. We are also a donor, small, one of the biggest, by the way, for the women's feminist movement, and we support such organizations. We are proud of being their first donor. And if they don't know how to do a project, we help them there. But we think that those people present the future of our civil society, among other things. And we have to advocate both NGOs, national NGOs, Ukrainian NGOs, to advocate for them so that other donors also provide some get off the ground grants for them. And donors very often expect, well, they support you for a project. Say, you draft a project, there are the bullet points, activities, the outcomes, the results, the outputs, and so forth. You know, the usual routine. But in fact, we understand that every project is a growth opportunity, is an organizing opportunity, is a strengthening opportunity. This is the message we're trying to get across. The Ukrainian Women's Fund, to other donors, to review this project not just as a purse of cash to spend. This is the money to develop. This is as an organization. One of the examples. Capacity building is always, something that is packed as an additional element for the grants. And we understand those staying in Ukraine, the sleepless nights with the air defense alerts, we have the burnout. So we decided that in the context of the development of our capacity, we also need funds for our recreation, for getting back to our usual self somehow. 10% of the budget forever grant organizations must use for basically such revival. How this money is used, it's up to the organization. It can be a retreat, some recreation opportunities, some insurances, something to support the people who provide this kind of care and provide this kind of assistance, great organization and working. So what is also important for this to work is for us to advocate, because small organizations, the ones created by those vulnerable groups, it's often very difficult to go through this donor bureaucracy. We had this analysis this year. Where's the money for women's rights in Ukraine? That was the slogan or the question. And we put this to a big bunch of organizations, how they work, how they utilize, who gives the money. And I was shocked. And there's a quotation incorporated in our report even. One organization reported that their own report to the donors for a 6-month project, they physically weighed 7 kilos of paper. Can you imagine 7 kilo paper in reporting for this one project that took 6 months to implement? Can smaller, newly created organizations carry this burden? Of course not. And so we have to advocate it with the donors, streamlining of the procedures. If they want to be in the intersection, achieve the intersection, they have to demonstrate that they are innovative, that they are open for civil society, for the people in the field. We have to discuss it with them. And the last thing, our experience, what we do to take heed of the vulnerable groups properly, to hear their voices, so to speak. We have this network of regional and thematic partners, 24 regional partners, NGOs, women's, feminists in every region, and 5 thematic partners, and that these organizations representing different women's groups, LGBTQI+, women with disabilities, Roma women, HIV positive women, and this is about getting the message across. When we plan our competitions, the regional partners, the same kind of logic, getting the message across, amplifying the voices when we monitor, evaluate, when we select, strategize, and practically, I always believe that when we are honest in this whole thing and we engage people and include people, incorporate people, we become voices of these people. We amplify these voices. And for us as the Ukrainian Women's Fund, it's one of our fundamental principles.
Well, I'm hearing myself. I see faces desperately in need of caffeine and nicotine, so I'll try to keep it short, right? So answering your question, my very immediate answer is SCLR, Community-Led Response. Christian Aid is one of the pioneer organizations of these. I will not spend time here to give the details, but please look it up online. Please feel free to reach me out. I'm more than happy to provide information, because it's basically, you don't develop the project, people on the ground develop the project, and you give them the grant either cash or purchase what they need, and then they implement the project. So involving the marginalized group, that's an amazing way to do it. If I may, just 2 minutes. Promise, huh? Not 2 Turkish minutes, like 2 minutes. And I'll try to link it to your very first question, which is meaningful partnership, impactful, sustainable, relevant project design. I think, again, I'll be very direct and apologize if I offend any organization. We need to first work in-house. We need to complete the work in the house and assess in the house, meaning in our organizations, both local, national, and international, especially international ones, and ask the question, what's the level of understanding why we have partners? And that applies from lowest to the highest position in the structure. So our responsibility is to make sure that everyone understands why we have partners. And then we can start talking about inclusion of marginalized group, giving space for communities, for them to feed our project development. Otherwise, as we have a very clear mindset, like the glasses of the horses, you know, we will continue what we do. I have actually a recipe how to do that. It's called Partnership Self-Capacity Assessment. And actually, if you go to NEAR network, they also have localization framework. You can benefit from that. But if you would like to apply that within your organization, I'm happy to share the one that I'm applying now in Jeru. Not exactly the same one, because it's an internal document, but we can adapt it to something else. Because I truly believe sharing is caring. So that's how we can be more useful for everyone. And then, as we, again, for repeating myself, otherwise I was telling this around the table, we must mainstream the understanding of why we have partners. Otherwise, I mean, it will be individual or departmental level of effort, and it will not take us too long. And that happens through the learning together sessions, because the more knowledge we have, the more committed we will be. I have other points as well, but just being considerate for the time, and I'll keep it. I'll stop it here, but feel free to approach me during the coffee break or during the other days. I've worked with marginalized group in different contexts. As just to wrap up, SCLR is the immediate answer I have, but there are the other ways. I really respect what you just explained. I mean, they sound amazing. Great job. I think that's the problem of microphone. You already completed your speech, but you don't want to leave it. So that's why I keep saying So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether we have time for some questions. No time for questions in the audience.
Можливо, один коментар, якщо раптом дуже хтось хоче.
Yeah, there are questions. So maybe 5 minutes for questions and commentaries, and then we move into the next session without a nicotine and coffee break.
У мене коментар до того, що сказали колеги. Дійсно, мені здається, найбільшою інновацією буде те, що ми будемо надавати кошти саме громадам, спільнотам. І Альянс якраз фінансував за допомогою DEC надання допомоги в формі міні-грантів для уразливих
spільнот. Providing assistance in the form of mini grants for vulnerable communities with the help of different donors. We issued about 900 grants, and we covered about 500,000 Ukrainians, and the most, including the most vulnerable people, and those were very innovative projects also directed not only at alternative energy sources as we had in Konotop, but a small project that small projects like installation of solar panels, but assistance to school children and the management of solar panels, like helping children to learn about how to install and manage solar panels. And the innovative projects should be coming from grassroots level, from community level. We are entering rural communities where there are plenty of priorities, but it is up to them, and we must give them this right to come up with their initiative, what is of priority for them, and we should give them right to decide what should be done in the first place.
Я хочу підтримати те, що говорила пані Наталя.
I would like to support what Miss Natalia was saying. Communities who had no access to participate, to engage, they should be able to understand that they receive support and they need support across different levels. When we work with communities that forgot what it is to have needs, and we are teaching them that they should take care of themselves. It's correct, it's normal to have needs. That is some managers, when they keep on asking community members what needs you have, and the grandmother, she can hardly walk, she crawls to go to the toilet, and she has only one need: to eat and to have medicines. But the program to have a working assistance device, she doesn't even think about it. And we observe in the same way how people regard their needs, those people who live below the level of poverty. And the people were unable to, people are not accustomed to having their needs identified and taken care of. So we have to give them their voice back so that they can express their needs and expressly state what they are. Thank you very much. I think we have no time for questions, and I suggest we wrap up.
Thank you all. I think the main conclusion would be that we should all have a more participatory approach towards our beneficiaries, and that maybe we should shift from capacity building to power sharing. And it should be both ways, from local partners to NGOs and the other way around. Thank you all.
Дуже дякую вам, колеги. Ми на фінішній прямій. Ось, нам залишилося попрацювати над екшн-планом. Я розумію, що...
Action plan, that's it. I understand everybody is tired, and I suggest we give each other the round of applause that we reached to this point, and we did a lot, and we will try to finish our event a little bit earlier. And to that end, I suggest we focus and we stay laser focused, and we make this decisive final step. Listen to me, please, dear colleagues, and I will tell you what we will be doing. And I believe we can expect a lot of results from this table, at least. If some tables remain empty, we will merge together several tables. When we talk about action plans, I came across some not really constructive approach, and we may hear, let all people be healthy, let's bring happiness to all the universe. Let's avoid such a general thing. Dear colleagues, shall we wrap up? Please finish writing last sentences and leave it, stop it. Thank you very much for this hard work. I understand in the end of the day that is a true accomplishment to be invested, to be able to think. And from what I can see in the work of my group, I'm very satisfied about the results. I cannot expect from you that you could do everything within 25 minutes, but now it would be very interesting to find out what each group has come up with. We had two groups working on short-term objectives and one group working on long-term objectives. I would appreciate if there are some volunteers willing to present the group findings. Olena, your group has finished the first, and I believe you have someone who would like to present. Who that will be? That is not fair to request facilitators to present results.
Okay, I will start. Our group was working on 6-9 months priorities and like, let's say, action plan. So for the priorities, we identify to involve national authorities, to their support to people that need assistance that can't like provide independent living. Then we were talking about advocacy for HIV groups and to do it with local authorities. And that when we are talking about people living with HIV, it's coming even worse when they are IDPs. And they are needed in, there is a need in safety clubs and psychosocial support. And also we talk that we need to target elderly people and to cover like the basic needs to be covered like for different audiences. And regarding the action plan, we identified for ourselves like it's for both local NGOs and international NGOs. It's like expanding and looking for different new fundraising mechanism, like through business or through state funding, and that in this sense, peer-to-peer component will be, and participatory approach will be super useful. That's it, I think. I don't know, maybe somebody from group?
Тепер для мене зрозуміло, чого ви так швидко закінчили.
Now I understand why you wrapped up so quickly. I anticipated that there will be many actions. It's very precise and very much to the point. Great. There is another step which is very important, or maybe not the one. Many that are very important. Okay, I apologize if I don't want to offend anyone in selecting speakers, but let's select the next table. I believe that there are joint steps or common findings. It means that we will definitely find some things in common that we will be able to implement together. We have plenty of options, but plenty of things we were taking long time to put together correct wording. The first priority is the lack of different sources of funding to make sure organization is sustainable and is not dependent on one project only. That is to conduct analysis of sources of funding and possibilities, how to involve funding and what is needed for this particular organization, what priorities are, and also the action plan, how to implement it. And second point, lack of coordination and communication among organizations that work in the same direction, rather like a voice from the fields, from grassroots level. Nobody hears it, or little is heard. I believe we could talk about clusters in the future to develop such coordination. South, we should talk in a clear cut language, comprehensible manner with local organizations so that organizations understand why we need clusters and what value does this cluster bring for this particular organization. And there are some organizations that have already had experience of reporting in the framework of clusters and the thought problem issues, insufficient capacity among organizations who what has to be done to establish resources that those organizations have at their disposal and develop the action plan and requirement of international donors and international organizations is to shape up clear requirements so that organizations that would like to come into contact with international donors, they should be able to clearly understand what they have, that they can claim such possibilities to cooperate with international organizations. Next point is the lack of support from this side of the state. We didn't finish strategizing, and here we can talk about creation of the working groups, and together we can develop action plans and implement them accordingly. We have the last table left who has not spoken yet. I believe it will be very interesting. Can you hear me? Okay. Now, long-term plans and objectives wrote down a lot, but we missed one point, how to prioritize them, how to rank them by priority, but there is a logical sequence in the way we presented them. Now, the first thing is to oblige INGO donors to allocate direct funding to local NGOs to the amount of 25% minimum. Cranberg-Jail theory is the focus and how to do it. We imagine that it could be the open letter from the civil society groups, from organizations addressed directly to donors and INGOs. Then we had the strong advocacy regarding DDA. That was another point. That is rather focusing longer-term prospects between 9 to 24 months. At least 10 INGOs shall mutually recognize and use due diligence platform and how to do it. We have to conduct workshops, presentations across different platforms and conferences, attending conferences, philanthropy in Ukraine would take up the leading role in that process. Next point is promoting the assessment efforts, NGO and donors and their assessment by Ukrainian local organizations. What are we talking about here? Mutual self-assessment, like reverse assessment of organizations, so that not only I speak as a representative of INGO, so that not only INGO conduct a DDA for organizations, but that it is applicable in the opposite direction, so that they have a chance to assess donors, INGOs, and decide who they would like to work, who they would like to prioritize in their operations, and what benefits it would bring to local NGOs.
Our next step is the active strategy informed of our with awareness and communication, of which organizations, because we all realize that the mandate of certain organizations is expiring now, because we are approaching this nexus of transition from humanitarian to livelihood and so forth. That's why it is important to understand who is staying, what the landscape is like, who is leaving, and how this process will take place, this exodus. And we decided in favor of an NGO platform for our purposes. We have to find the lead and get the right message to lead and to navigate the organizations. So we were concluding in a hurry. This is ICR, indirect recovery cost. See, rather. We do not know who will lead this process, but we're not sure. But this is a very important, this is a critical element, because there are many projects who lack this component, and this is a great pain in the neck, and this is very sensitive, because short, this is urgent, and this is good for the prospects, for the we have to push it on the part of the local organizations and the INGO to push the donors in that direction to either add this or increase this component. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your fruitful work. It seems to me that we have many clear-cut steps ready, and for the majority of those steps, we have also the agents and agencies that we can expect some assistance or solution from. Let's give the floor to Jasp for him to sum it all up, and if you would like to add to his summary, you're welcome.
So you will have to bear with me for a couple more minutes for yet another round of closing remarks and conclusions. So originally in the program we were supposed to have a session with our representatives from the DC, the back donor of the Sprava project now. Unfortunately, last minute, due to a scheduling conflict on the donor side, this will no longer be possible. I see a lot of very exhausted faces in the room, and I think we did a lot today. Several rounds of group works, panels, very interesting discussions since the morning. It is quite late already. So I think please, instead of like having a final word from the donor, let me reflect on a couple of points from today's discussion, and then we will be wrapping up for the day. News that I hope most of you will receive well. It was, for me, there were very interesting points raised across the day. There was definitely kind of like the positive notion of several colleagues, including many of you from our national partners, acknowledging that some of the things over the past years have to some extent improved, that some, if not all, certainly, but at least some of the international agencies have made small steps, little efforts towards kind of like meeting demands of local partners, trying to establish better mechanisms, in instances work on due diligence passporting, take more care, and so on and so forth. At the same time, for us as ActionAid, we take away from the conversation that there are still a lot, plenty of demands from our local partners on how we as ActionAid have to be better as a partner and as a donor to our local organizations that we want to work with. Unfortunately, colleagues in the second panel from Jeru were reflecting on it, other colleagues, it came up as well. The humanitarian sector is in a way at a kind of like interesting point where we all know that a lot of change is going to happen. The change is already happening around us, and it is very difficult to navigate. If it gives our national colleagues, those of you, any comfort, it is not only difficult for you guys, it's especially difficult for us, because for us as internationals, we are really like not sure if we will even be here in like the near future, which may or may not be good or bad for humanitarian response in general. We will see later, I guess, but one thing that is for sure is that this so-called humanitarian reset, however it may in the end look like, will hopefully at least open new pathways and avenues for more locally led humanitarian response in Ukraine and beyond. It is clear, looking at the way the humanitarian architecture is constructed, looking at the way the system is operating, that things went not so bad in comparison maybe, but that they could have gone a lot better if it would have been for more equal sharing of power between international organizations and local organizations, between UN agencies and international agencies, if it would have been more of a collaboration from the beginning rather than a scrambling over who is in charge, who holds the power. Now, I think one of the big reflections for me personally is that the humanitarian response in Ukraine has come a long way in the past couple of years. And it is amazing to see how now, more than ever, local organizations are at the center and are leading the response. How local organizations, and several of you who are here, are ready to step in to challenge us as INGOs and do more than that, to go and challenge the UN, go and challenge the big international organizations that have for a very long time defined the way we all have to work, us as ActionAid and international organizations included. It is clear that the system is not effective, that a lot of money has been wasted in the kind of like downstreaming of funding from international, from donors to UN, to INGOs, to other INGOs, to national organizations, and then to local organizations, and at times further down to volunteer groups who are doing the actual work of the humanitarian response, often in frontline areas with very, very limited financial support, with limited support when it comes to duty of care, when it comes to provision of security, when it comes to overall assistance. I do think that we have hosted a lot of like sessions with many of our partners, international and local partners, and we are always asking for feedback. I know that, or we understand that many of our local partners are frustrated with us, and we are very conscious of the fact that we have tried to be better, but at the same time, yeah, what can we say? We are stuck in the same system where we are going with demands for more flexible funding, for less due diligence requirements, for more equal and fair sharing of financial risk to our donors, and not always it is accepted. I think one thing I observe in like just as an example in the due diligence and localization debates is now there is a new trend of basically international organizations and donors playing the ball to each other. The donors are saying, well, the international NGOs need to change. the international NGOs say, well, it's on the donors to push things. Yeah, and I don't know where exactly the truth is, but it's clear that in Ukraine the progress has that there has been some progress, and that here more than anywhere else in the world, from what I can see, local organizations have stepped up and are now more than ever leading the response. Of course, this is not the end. It can only be the beginning, and it is clear that more power has to be shared, and that definitely like it has to be a more participatory way, and that which also means that we as international organizations in the future will play a smaller role, that we will have to step back, and that we will have to consider our own added value. We will have to ask ourselves, does it make sense that we are still here? Does it make sense? Will it make sense that we are here tomorrow? And can we actually do something better than our local partners, which I'm not always convinced of. Looking at the amazing local partners that we have and the way they have been working, sometimes in frontline areas, delivering the most urgent assistance to those most at need, which we have not done and cannot do. These are just a few reflections I wanted to share at the end. With these workshops, we are always producing a lot of recommendations and materials, including the SWOT analysis, action points, and so on and so forth. And we do not want to go this. Do not want all of this work to go to waste. It's good to spend time together and think, use our brains, and come up with ideas, and then do something with it. So for the SWOT analysis, we will be collecting all the points and everything, and we will send it to all the participants here, so that you will have time to reflect on it. Maybe, if possible, discuss with some colleagues. See if you have any kind of like afterwards reflections, anything to add. Any kind of concerns, ideas, and we will ask you in 2 to 3 weeks to share your updates, share any kind of like thoughts with us on this. We will also be collecting, so this is gonna come probably early next week to all of your emails. We will also collect all the action points and find a way to somehow cluster them, put them into a kind of like a format that is accessible, that maybe like differentiates between international and local action points, with differentiates between what each of us can do, and we will also find a way to share them with you, so that you can see if there are any points that you with your teams, wherever you are based, can pick up. Yeah, and then of course we will be sharing a report, we will be sharing the pictures, and so on and so forth. Now, before we wrap up, this is a point where our meal colleagues have kindly reminded for all of us to scan the QR codes that are on the table, and if possible provide feedback on this workshop. This feedback is always super useful for us in order to also kind of like ask ourselves how we can improve, how we can do better, and also to receive very honest feedback on whether these sorts of workshops are actually useful for you, or you consider them a waste of time. We hope that it's not the case, but if it's the case, please share with us very honestly, so that we do not hold these workshops in the future again, right? So for us as ActionAid, this workshop was almost the last activity of the Sprava project, a project that we embarked on more than 1 year ago, I believe, together with colleagues from Action Against Hunger, Help Age, Stan, Pomogam, and others. And yeah, it's a big change for us. It's great. We have been talking about this workshop for months and months and months, and we are really happy that actually so many of you made it. So thanks to all of you. Please, if you still have energy, please use the time, chat to your colleagues. We have some coffee and snacks remaining. Please eat what you can and take the rest home. Otherwise it will go to waste. If you are going back home, we wish you all a safe trip back home. Thanks again for coming out. Thanks for the amazing participation today. Yeah, all the best, and speak to you all soon. Thanks a lot. Bye.
I think we can give floor for somebody in case if there is any reflection, few minutes. Українською ще повторю. Так, якщо є у когось бажання дати фінальну рефлексію стосовно цього воркшопу, 1-2 особи, і ми будемо завершувати повністю.
I promise it's very short. First of all, thanks for organizing this, and thanks for inviting me to the panel. It was a great day. Thank you, our interpreters. Amazing job. And one thing I wonder, I hear the voice of this gentleman here, and I hear a woman voice as well. Is that an AI, or am I losing my mind? What's going on?
Дякую. Це така дуже цікава нота.
That's an interesting crowning point, so to speak. But we still have some coffee and some biscuits. I'm not sure about the gender redistribution of interpreters' voice. I haven't already answered. I'd like to thank the interpreter, the interpreters. Actually, the lady is in Zoom. She's not present here physically, but she's doing it via Zoom. That's a Zoom platform. And I'm also in Zoom, but I'm here. Thank you very much.